All right. How's it going? My name is Kelvin Perez, and I'm a web developer, entrepreneur, and I'm building an app right now. It's called SelfVision Quest. This is what we have so far. We've been cooking the last couple days. We just ended up on this. Yesterday, we finished the logging out functionality, so now everything is working as expected. So you can log in with GitHub. I'm already authenticated, and I think I have cookies. Let me log out. Let me clear all these cookies. But if I refresh and then I go to login with Google, I guess I'm already cached with Google somehow. Yeah, I guess I'm cached with both of them. I don't know how to reset that, other than maybe if I just go to localhost 3000 here, a different email. Let me see. It might actually not even be working. That's kind of what it looks like, which is good to know. Local. Let me try a whole different browser. Let's just try a Brave browser. Localhost 3000 is signing. Okay, so that is working. I was like, what is going on? Okay, so yes, perfect. So that is working. It's just that I've signed in already. I gotta figure out how to like work with that more. So yeah, let me increase the volume here a little bit. We got some new music playing. We found these guys that are creating vaporware, I think, vaporwave music. Apparently it's AI generated. It doesn't sound too bad, honestly. Okay, so that's what we're building, but what it really is and I'm actually working on the vision right now. So, but this is what we have so far, right? It's SelfVision Quest is a gamified routine accountability app where you track structured practice sessions with friends across guitar, fitness, spirituality, deep work, turning personal development into a social streak-based journey towards mastery. That's what we have so far, right? But today we're gonna work with Claude Code, and we're going to make this much better, right? So I'm gonna submit this, and then we're gonna start cooking. Okay, so let's see. It says, I love this vision. You're describing a mastery as a service platform where the 10,000 hour goal is the North Star, but you're breaking it down into a compounding game loop that makes the journey addictive. Let me help you crystallize the core loop and the MVP scope, right? So the core game loop, set mastery framework. What do you want to master? I want to master my body. Choose path, 1,000 push-ups a day via progressive overload. Build a routine, daily workout structure, sets, reps, rest, track session, log reps, time, completion, get feedback, XP gained, streak maintained, progress towards 10,000 hours. Level up, unlock new exercises, badges, visual body transformation, share progress, social proof, accountability, inspire others. Loop back to step 3 daily or step 2 when you plateau evolve. Cool. That's actually pretty cool. Key questions to nail the MVP. The incremental progressive system. Your 1,000 push-ups a day example is perfect, but how do you get from 10,000 push-ups to 1,000? So should the app auto suggest weekly progression plans? This week 50. Let users set their own incremental goals. Use a greasing the grooves approach. Spread I like greasing the grooves. Track max capacity test monthly to show strength gains. Yes. Okay. My suggestion: start with user defined microgoals, but show recommended progressive code based on current. Okay. So. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we have some questions here. Okay, so all right, so what I want to do is I want to make this app intuitive. I don't want the user to feel like they have to create this routine. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of apps make you feel like that, like you have to put in the work, they have the structure. I want this to feel like, yeah, you could pop out of the rails, you know, you could eject, but I want there to be a nice railing system. I do like the greasing the groove approach, and I also like the auto suggestion weekly progress plans, and I also like to track max capacity tests monthly or even bi-weekly, you know, just so you could kind of have a metric like a finals, or, you know, kind of like a milestone middle path, so you can see how far you're actually coming, right? So to answer step 2, because push-ups are rep based, I feel like let me see. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, so what we could do, oh yeah, and then this is the key, like I want to track sessions, right? So for example, when you're about to do your push-ups, I want there to be like a play button. So you go, all right, I'm about to do my push-ups. Like, let's say I just sent them a reminder or something. They go into the app, hit play, then they do their session. So that tracks the hours, and then they could record their reps. They could record their mood, how they feel, you know, kind of like a little journal. Maybe there's an emoji picker to just quickly say how you feel, right? So, and then number 3, you know, streaks are definitely super important. XP level ups are super important. Badge unlocks, important. Visual progress, body silhouette showing muscle growth, social validation, milestone collaborations. Should we have daily challenges? Yes, I want to make this like an RPG, right? Like I want to think of like World of Warcraft, right? Like you got your dailies, your weeklies, your monthlies. There's XP, there's side quest, right? Like that's kind of what I want to build. I want to build that engine into like, you could do anything you want, whether it's guitar or yoga, meditation, fitness, running. Like I said, anything, right? And then we have the social accountability engine, right? So we have see friends activity feed, react, comment. I like that. Active accountability, bet with your friends. I'll do 100 push-ups daily for 30 days or pay you $50. I love that. Co-op mode, share goals. Our group does 10,000 push-ups this week collectively. That's actually pretty cool. PvP, I like that. And then start with passive, active accountability. Friends can challenge each other, save co-op, PvP for post MVP. Yeah, so I like all these ideas, and I do want to focus on MVP right now because that's where we're at. So it says, okay, you want the framework to work for everything, but what's the first vertical we nail? I think for me, the first vertical is definitely going to be body weight fitness, because that's an easy demographic to hit. A lot of people want to achieve that level in themselves. It makes you instantly feel good. You get the dopamine, the serotonin is running immediately. I think body weight fitness is definitely it for sure. Okay, let me see. Yeah, body weight fitness for sure. Mastery goal creation, master my body via calisthenics. Okay, routine builder, create workout, session tracker, progress dashboard, social accountability, gamification, auto progression suggestions, before and after picture tracking, nutrition logging. Yes, before and after pictures is important too. Yeah, before and after pictures are very important. I like the AI form check via phone camera for post MVP, especially once we build the mobile app. So the idea for the stack right now is that we're using TanStack Start for the web version. So we're gonna MVP everything on the web just because it's faster to iterate. And then in the future, we're gonna move to mobile just because we can do things like AI form check and, you know, different things like that. Let me see. Workout template library. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so user gets reminder, time for push-ups, opens app, see today's workout card, hits play, timer starts, session begins, does the work, push-ups in real life, logs reps, just did 25 push-ups, quick entry, logs mood, emoji picker, yep. Hit stop, session ends, instant feedback, plus 50 XP, 0.5 hours log share, post to feeder challenge friend. This is beautiful because zero friction, one tap to start, time tracking is automatic, play stop handles, hours towards 10,000, reps are logged per set, not per session, allows rest between sets. Motion tracker, mood adds depth without complexity, immediate dopamine. The greaser groove, okay, since you like both, here's how they work together based on assessment. App asks how many push-ups can you do right now. User does max tech, let's say 30 push-ups. App calculates your daily target, 60 push-ups to extra max, spread throughout the day. Don't do sets to failure, do 50% of max frequently. App suggests do 15 push-ups before something. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Users can do them whenever morning lunch. Each session hit play, do 15 log reps, hit stop. That's what I'm talking about. Weekly progression, bi-weekly app prompts, capacity check day. How many can you do now? User does max test. Let's say 50 push-ups. App recalculates daily target based on new max visual celebration you gain. Yes. This is where it gets fun. Here's the structure. Complete your routine. Reset every 24 hours. Complete your routine. 4 push-ups. Log your mood. Social engagement 1. Yep. Hit your weekly volume. Maintain your streak. Challenge a friend. Monthlies. Yep. Side quests. Do try new exercise. Diamond push-ups. Post a workout video to your feed. The session tracking UI. Let's wireframe this. Here's what I'm envisioning for the main screen. Yup. Squats, dailies. During a session, the magic moment. Yup. After they log, emoji. Yup. Optional note. Feel strong today. Quick journal. They can add more sets around session. Yup. T3 stack, not T3 stack, bro. No. Okay, so I love everything here. The question for you: routine creation. Should users create multiple routine, morning push-ups, evening squats, or one routine per day with multiple exercises? Mm. Okay, so we ask. Okay, so just an update on the tech stack. We're using TanStack Start, which is TanStack Router, TanStack Query with TypeScript, Tailwind CSS for styling, database is Postgres, ORM is Drizzle, Auth is Better Auth, state management is gonna be Zustan or TanStack Store, animations with Framer Motion, charts, recharts, and I'm going to deploy using Docker to my own server on Hetzner. And routine creation, should users create multiple routines? So this is what I'm kind of thinking about, whether we should group all of the routines in one, like a daily routine, or should it be like multiple routines, like push-ups? Like should that be a sequence, or should the sequence be daily? I have to do push-ups, squats, dips, pull-ups, chin-ups, etc. I'm not 100% sure whether I should have them together or separate. For the rep logging, in the future, once we have the mobile app, I think voice input would be dope. So I think for right now, we're gonna do manual entry. Like the user could just type it before, they could type before how many they're gonna do, and then they just do it. And then they could even say, hey, I did more this time. We want it to be flexible. Maybe have the counter buttons too. I do like counter buttons. And then for the social feed, I think I want to make it organic. And then in the future, we can make it algorithmic. But I think organic right now, just chronological. As far as onboarding, I'm thinking for the onboarding, we let them get into... actually, for the onboarding, I want to make it, because right now we're making the web version. I want to make it like a mobile app where like you hold their hand until they get their first win. And right now we're gonna really dial into this just fitness. We get them their first win, their first dopamine, etc. Like I really want the onboarding process to be very streamlined. Like these very successful mobile apps that just hold your hand and screen by screen, and you just onboard the user like that. All right, we're gonna put a timer. Okay, MVP technical. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, perfect. You got the stack locked in and clear vision. Okay, TanStack. Front end. Yep, language. That's pretty good. Yep. So it looks like we already have a schema going in place here. Individual workout sessions. It says separate routines. Yeah. That's fine. Option 2, daily sequence, group the workouts. User hits one routine, daily head aesthetic, push-ups, squats. User hits play, goes through entire sequence and logs all at once. What's buffer? Yeah, I don't like the... MVP separate routines. User creates another essentially size dashboard so they can put them in any order anytime. I like that. I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna say SelfVision Quest MVP doc. All right, so this is what. So front end is gonna be TanStack Start plus TanStack Router plus. And then I think I'm gonna go with Zustan. What are the pros of Zustan versus? I'm gonna use Zustan. I don't wanna have to. Yeah, we're gonna use Zustan. Better off Drizzle Postgres. I like this stack. This is a good stack. Okay, so we ran out of credits there. Going to the next one. Help me build out my app. Okay, so just to confirm the stack, I'm using better off with TanStack Start. And I want you to option D. Wait, I want. Turns daily practice into a game loop. Local activity feed. Public feed, DMs, payments, AI coaching, workout templates, mobile apps. Final data model. Users as routines, session sets, capacity test, XP level streak, badges later, mental model, important routine. What you practice daily. Session is one execution attempt. Set is one logged effort. Capacity test, baseline, no ambiguity, no overlap. XP and progression, MVP rules, XP principles, XP rewards effort, not perfection, consistency over intensity. Streaks, multiply, never polish, XP formula, XP equals reps plus hit daily target times streak multiplier, duration, level curve, non-linear, long-term mastery, visible, no prestige resets. Final onboarding flow, get the user to log their first session within 3 minutes. Onboarding creates one routine, one capacity test, one session, draft, complete flow. Welcome, choose a domain, choose exercise, capacity test input, daily target recommendation, first session, call to action, session, mood check, first one, summary, dashboard, no branching, no skipping except mood. State management rules, thus then used only for onboarding flow, UI toggles, session, server state, all processes data through TanStack query, Drizzle, Postgres. If it survives a refresh, it's server state, auth rules, author, email password, session based auth, server only secrets, yep. User creation rules, email required, username, public plus unique, MVP decision. Profile auto-generated on sign up, build order, non-negotiable, this is the execution plan. Phase 1, data foundation, nothing exists until this is done. Deliverables, Postgres, schema, Drizzle, migrations, better off setup, user creation flows, seed routines, optional, query layer, hooks, exit criteria, user can sign up, user row exists, queries work, no UI yet. Onboarding, happy path, deliverables, 10 screen, onboarding flows, that's not onboarding store, framer motion transitions, final, create routine plus session action, exit criteria, new user creates onboarding routine plus capacity test exit, exists in DB, session engine, okay, start session, rep login UI, segregation, XP, exit criteria, session persist, XP, okay, streaks, dashboard, today's routine, progress bars, XP level display, start session, entry points, user understands what to do next, clear daily progress visibility, Phase 5, polish, unlock MVP, empty states, loading states, error boundaries, mobile polish. No to-dos in core loop. Product guardrails with this twice. No optimizing before clarity. No new features mid-build. No, just one more thing. Ship something calm and solid. Final note, human. Given your history of burnout and over-identifying with output, this plan is intentionally grounded and linear. You're not proving anything. You are building a container for consistency for yourself first. If you want, next I can turn this into a clean markdown PDF you could drop into your repo, or turn this into a clean markdown PRD. Don't include things like there is no need. I want you to be as descriptive as possible and explain step why we are doing it and why official to the app. All right. Okay, so this is the latest PRD. So these are our main data models here. We got a user. Got the routine. So routine is like push-ups, squats, pull-ups. Yep, this is the key though, because we want to spread it out throughout the day. And then we want stats for that. So session is when you show up. Okay, so we're gonna copy this. Okay. All right, so all right, start phase 1 model database schema Postgres decisions of the So right now, this is how I set up my schema and how to do it. So that what is all hey, you can't even see that. Oh, definitely. So okay, so touch schema.ts 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 oh dang, wish you could do undo, but all right, so we're just gonna schema.ts to db/schema, and that should move everything. So we got all that. Exactly. That's the idea. Okay, so this is gonna be the user table. All right, so that's what we're gonna do right now. User schema, and then we're just gonna import PG table from Drizzle, serial, text, integer, timestamp, boolean, and real. Okay, and then we're gonna export const users equals PG table. I'm gonna say users. Say ID is serial. Table name is that. I'm gonna say primary key. So I don't know you could type in there. Oh, that's pretty cool. This is my current table with users. Am I just extending this? I think I am just extending that. Yeah, exactly. I don't need. So user profile. So yeah, let's do user profile. Foreign key mapped to the user.id. Yeah. Yeah. I like this. Yeah, please create the user profile schema. So basically, this user is going to be user profile. User profile. Okay, so this is the new data model here. I mean, it still looks like the same thing. It still looks like the exact same thing. I'm confused. Let me see. this section just looks like here's the thing. Yes. Bruh. Luckily, I caught that. But this is what we have to do here. This is all we have to do. Create a relationship. Okay. So let's start here. We'll delete any libraries that we don't need. Export const user profile equals PG table. User profile. User ID equals text. User ID. The primary key. The references. User.id on delete cascade. I can't see anything. Oh my gosh. I cannot see anything. Cascade. It says cannot find user because import user from Auth schema. That's why. Okay, so now I should just move that to the side. Capture history. Once we finish this schema, then we're gonna do some more push-ups. Okay, so XP equals integer. It's called XP. Default to 0. Not null. Same thing with level. And then level is 1. Parent streak. It's gonna be integer. Current streak. Default. I'll make this over here. Default. Default is 0. And then longest streak. longest streak, total sessions, integer, total sessions, default 0, no, total minutes practiced, integer, total minutes practiced, default 0. Last activity date, last activity date. Okay, and then all right, so and then we're gonna do timestamps. Timestamp created at default no. Updated at default. So on update, new date. What's up with this whole thing here? Pure. What's up with that? I don't know. And then last but not least, no. Okay, cool. So I think that concludes that. And then now we're just gonna do the relationship, which is const user profile relations equals relations user profile 1. User 1 user fields user profile user .id references user.id. Yes. Unused label. What, this is unused? We could extend the actual regular users table here with a few things, like the username is gonna be equal to, I think, text username. Dot not, no, dot unique, right? And then we could also say avatar URL as well. URL. So there's display name, username, and there's also display name. Display name. This one doesn't have to be all that. Yeah, so you have, and then also we got booleans. Is premium. So we can say is premium. Is premium. It's not gonna be text, it's gonna be boolean. Default. Default. Default is false. Also, we got is admin. Is admin also default false? What else? So let me copy this. I'll say data schema, and then I'm gonna say I added a few columns to my database. All right, so while that is going, I'm gonna do some more push-ups. Yeah, I think 4 is the limit on that one. Okay. And then another 4. And so the circuit. All right, I just did 5 chin-ups, 10 squats, 4 ab rollers. Wow, the chin-ups really get your blood flowing. I like this. Building the app, like this is really dog fooding, because I want this app so I could do that. Okay, so we don't want this. Okay. So we can still have it be unique. I feel like TypeScript crashed or something. Something happened there. Auth schema and also user profile schema. Okay, so we didn't use Boolean or serial. Okay, everything looks good here. Something might be missing. So I want to jump over there. Okay, so we fixed that. That's one good thing about TypeScript, you know? You just fix things immediately. Okay. So if we go into so we got username, display name, avatar URL. Okay, so that's all good. All right, so how do I push these new changes to database? What do I need? Version and Drizzle. Should I just schemas? Okay, so let's create all the tables first. Which our next table is this one. Okay, and then also I'm gonna say user profile. And let's go to routine. Export const routines equals pg table routines. ID serial. ID serial from PG core. And ID primary key user ID equals integer from PG core, and then that is going to be user ID not null dot references user dot ID on delete cascade. Cannot find user, import user from Auth schema name. It's going to be text from PG core name dot not null category. It's gonna be text category not null target reps. It's gonna be integer target reps target sets integer target sets target duration integer target duration minutes frequency text frequency not null default delay daily. Okay. Target duration minutes, target sets, target reps, categories, name. Okay, so created at timestamp. And then we're gonna say created at not null default now. Okay, so that is that's PG table. That's that one. Okay. Next routine. Oh man, what the heck? Why do they do this? This is okay. Session. I could just session export const sessions equals PG table, and then sessions ID stereo D dot primary key user ID is integer user ID not null dot references user.id. And then we are going to on delete cascade. And then we're also going to import user from auth. And then we're gonna say routine ID is, it's gonna be also an integer. Routine ID, not null, dot references, routines, dot ID, on delete cascade. Okay. Started at timestamp. Serial timestamp. Started at not null. Ended at timestamp. Ended at duration minutes. Real. PG core. Duration minutes. Total rep. Integer. Total reps. Dot not null. Dot default to 0. Mood emoji equals text. Mood emoji. Notes equals text. Notes. XP earned. Integer XP earned. Not null. Dot default to 0. Created at. It's gonna be a timestamp. Created at dot not null dot default now. Can I find name text? Okay. So that's that. Then we're gonna do sets and capacity tests. So sets.schema.ts, and then export all from db schema slash I think I just did session. And the next one is gonna be sets, and then I have badges too. Okay, so we're just gonna leave that there. So what do we need? Sets. Export const sets equals pg table. It's gonna be called sets ID serial ID dot primary key session ID integer session ID not null references sessions ID session no sessions it's not that one called sessions dot ID dot on delete cascade. All right, and then we're gonna say reps is a integer, not introspect, integer. Oh, I already got integer. Reps dot not null created at is a timestamp dot not null dot default now created at. Okay. All right, so that's sets. Next one. So I guess we have capacity test and then badges. Creating a lot of schemas here. Capacity test dot schema dot ts. All right, so get my reps in. Export const capacity test equals pg table capacity test ID is serial, and then let's put this at the bottom here. ID is serial, which is ID, which is a primary key, user ID is an integer, user ID, it's not null, the references user dot ID, and on delete cascades. ID equals. So this is when we copy. Routine ID. And then this, we say routines.id. So we import that table. We say max reps integer max reps dot not null tested at timestamp tested at the not null the default. So this is the issue. I didn't import it. Default now. Okay, so that's capacity test. And then we're gonna say, and then the last one gonna be badge. Is it badge or badges? Badges. So we're gonna call this badges. 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 Export const badges equals pg table badges. ID is serial. From PG core. ID primary key. Name. It's gonna be text. Text. Not null. So, okay, so then we have description is also going to be a text. Description. Let's do that. Okay, so we got description. Should be a way to import that, but I'll check later. All right, so icon URL is text. Icon URL. Category is text. Category not null. Requirement is text. Requirement not null. Export const user badges equals pg table user badges ID serial ID primary key user ID integer ID not no references users or user I think it's user. Are tables supposed to be plural or singular? I don't know. Or user badges. On delete cascade. Badge ID integer no. Integer. So this is the same thing as this. Badge. Badge. Badges. Unlocked at equals timestamp unlock at not null dot default timestamp. Timestamp is unlock at default. Okay, that might be it. There's a lot of schema there, bro. That's a lot of schema. All schema work, but this is the foundation, so the database is definitely the foundation. Okay, so now we're going to generate. We're gonna generate and we're gonna migrate. And might have to push after that. So let's actually check our package.json here. Yeah, so we have dbgen, dbgenerate. Okay. So we got dbgenerate, migrate, push, pull, studio. So we actually might not even need table plus, because we could just use the studio, even though table plus is cool. Okay, so let's run these commands here. Let's go here. And then we're gonna say bun db generate. All right, no errors. We typed all that by hand and no errors. That's awesome. That's awesome. db, and then we're gonna say migrate. Okay, now we have errors. It just says failed query. How about bun db push? No other constraint. Says you're about to add username unique constraint to the table, which contains 3 items. If you receive an error from the database, you want to truncate it. Okay, unique constraints. You have 3 users in the user table. Drizzle is trying to create a unique index on user. Postgres cannot create. Okay, what you should do, save approach if you already have users in the database. I'm on localhost, so I can just. Okay, so we're gonna drop db SelfVision Quest. Probably do this a few times until we get the entire database right. It looks like because I'm here. Okay, and then we're just gonna create DB SelfVision Quest. Okay. And now, bun DB push. Want to execute all statements. Okay, so it looks like because I set up Drizzle config strict. I think it's because I set this up strict. Always ask for your confirmation, either to execute all statements needed to sync your. Yeah, so that's why that's showing up there. Prints all statements. All right. So yes. Okay. Okay, so it says routines, user ID, and user ID foreign key. So somewhere along the line, I have the wrong type. Team. Somewhere here. So I'm just gonna copy all this. I'm gonna debug that. The user saver for Auth has. Okay, so because better auth uses text, so not that, but let's see. Yeah, so because better auth uses text for their ID, I have to update all of my other schemas to also use text. So here we'll say text. So that's session. Anywhere that there's a foreign key relationship with user. Right here. Text. All right. So that's text. Badges. Text. Okay. Routines, text, user profile, user ID text. So that's actually correct. All right, so I think I got it. So let's try that again. Okay. So it said all statements applied, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop create, and then I wanna see it from the beginning. There we go. Okay, so it looks like everything was created. All right, so now let's do Bun DB Studio. Okay. Allow. Okay, so here we go. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Back to tables. Editor size. So perfect. Look at that. So we have account, badges, capacity test, routine, sessions, session. So sessions for auth sessions. that's kind of confusing. But this is what we got. All right, so I'm actually gonna close out of that, and because we're gonna start using this, we're actually gonna go to Z project self, cd into web, and then we're gonna say bun db studio. So this is gonna be the official db studio, right? So then we just leave that running, and then we also say project self web, right? And then we'll just have another one there, CLI, and then this is turbo. Okay, so let's go here. Can I not drop images? I guess I can't. Create an image. Get plus for more uploads or wait 3 hours to upload again. Okay. Alright. Alright, so I created all of the where'd it go? TanStack Studio. So we're gonna extract the text there. Create all of the tables and everything working. No, this. So I noticed with Better Off, we have session and then our app as sessions. I like activity session. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna do right before we finish. So we're gonna rename this to activity session, and then this is also going to be activity session. This is also going to be activity sessions. Activity sessions. Sessions. Activity sessions. And then activity sessions. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is close out of that, and then I'm gonna say drop DB, create DB. Okay, and then we are going to bun DB push. Okay. sessions is not defined. Sets. Okay, so it looks like sets. What do you mean? Oh, I have to I gotta generate, I think. Bun db generate. Name table. Okay. Your SQL db push. Yes. Okay. So 1DB Studio, Drizzle Studio. Okay, so we have account, activity sessions, badges, capacity tests, routines, session sets, user, user badges, user profile verification. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is what we got. Okay, so this is our latest DB tables. All right, so we're gonna go on a break, and then when we come back, we'll work on whatever's next. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Draw. Look at that. Look at that. That's clean. That is super clean. That is super clean. Okay. Yeah, so we have the user table, which is created by Better Auth, and then we have our own table called user profile, and then we have the user ID, XP, level, current string, longest string, verification, session. Okay, routines. So we have routines, activity sessions, and sets. Routines is the main. It's the main thing. And then. So you have your whole routine, and then you have your activity session, which is you actually doing the routine. And then the sets is the smallest unit of the activity session. And then capacity test is to see how far you perform, to adjust your routines, and then your activity session sets. Okay. Okay. All right. Perfect. How to read this down? All right. All right. So what would be the next phase in the MVP phase that we discussed? I think it's this. Yeah, I think it's this. Core MVP functionality, which is onboarding and user setup. Let the user sign up, define their first routine, create a baseline profile. I already have authentication working. We just got to build the flow better. Create user profile automatically on first login. Set up a step-by-step onboarding screens, welcome screen. Okay. All right, so this is what we're gonna do next. Onboarding and user setup. That's gonna be the next thing, that 10-step setup. We're gonna work on that next. That's gonna be important. Yeah, all right, cool. And then we'll make components out of this stuff. Yeah, piece by piece. If we lay it brick by brick, I feel like we're gonna build something really good here. It's a crazy name. Do we commit this? I mean, it has our schema. We commit the Drizzle with the schemas. I know we commit this. Added schemas. In my code base, do I commit the schema? The Drizzle folder, then Drizzle creates. Okay, so all right, this is good. This is good. We made progress. This is definitely big. That's for sure. Activity sessions. Once we start getting some data in here, it's gonna be fun. All right. Yes. Generally, you do commit both. So you want schemas and migration. All right, so you do commit it. All right. Drizzle schema creation. Okay. All right. Time for a break. All right. So I'm back after a nice break. Okay, so the next thing that we're working on is we're gonna prototype the onboarding flow. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna take this. So by 3 p.m. let's go to DeepSeek. We're just using free credits right now. So we're gonna go deep think. Help me create the onboarding flow product spec. This is everything about my app. So there's that. So we're gonna throw that in there. There's that. So it knows the schema. And then this is the old one. We're just gonna call this old. And then not that one. Not that, not that, not that, not that. Not that one. Where did I wish I could see. So this is everything that's in SelfVision Quest right now. So we got MVP doc, MVP doc. Yeah, so this is the MVP doc. Okay. So MVP doc, new PRD. Okay. Hopefully I didn't poison the context too much. I think we need to update this because this probably has the wrong schema. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay. So yeah, this is nice. Okay, so onboarding user journey. This is nice. What does the code look like? This is a journey code. What is this? I'm not familiar with that DSL there. Okay, so onboarding flow product specification. Okay, mood check. Okay, so we have a Zustan store that we're gonna create. Endpoints, API, onboarding complete. Capacity test. Create first routine. Okay. Sorry about that. Analytics, key events to track. Metrics to monitor, access requirements. Okay. All right, so need to add is that we are using Auth, using Google and GitHub. Add more if we want. Recommend style of app, and also let me see. Also, in step 2, want to have like recommend a go so that I can so it goes that I want and adds to that number. Okay, let me see. Yes, this is the key right here. Actions over explanation. Everything is by doing, because that's just like how games do it. Yep. Also in the exercise section, because this is the program to also have ended. That's optional. Goes by. So, build. Okay, how many posts can you do right now? We'll test together. Do test now. That's good. Daily goal settings. Adjust. That's good. So mood check. Master. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna come back to them. Okay, dashboard. Okay, state management. Okay. Job operator per step. Just a heads up, I will be posting. Please update the user and load visual Okay, so this is gonna be the onboarding flow. So onboarding flow specification. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. So this is just the thinking tokens. Flowchart. Okay, we'll add this later. I think right now, I think we're pretty good there. Yep. Pretty much have all that. I think I'm gonna do a onboarding schema. Yeah, that's actually really good. Yep. Yeah, onboarding. So suggested exercise and suggested goals. Okay, and then post hoc integration. Yep. Okay, user properties is set. Funnel analysis setup. Okay, database schema updates. User profile. Suggested goals count. Add suggestion counts. Suggested goals count. I don't know what this is. What does this mean? Update statement. Okay, suggestion go. Suggestion. Track event. Okay, so let's see. Why do we need this database schema here? I mean, everything else looked good. Okay. I mean, so far everything looked good here. Let me see if I get that first. We did. Okay. And then what's up with this one? Suggestion to feature pipeline. So this is just graph. So this is that's just graph. Let's see if that works. Mermaid. Oh, there we go. Okay. So see if that works. That also works. Not really. Okay, so back to DeepSeek. And why it's wrong. So our first paradigm suggested not to update. Oh, this is user profile. Okay, never mind. Never mind. This is user profile. Thought that was users. So, okay. So all we're doing is adding this is onboarded to user profile. So that should be here. Is onboarded is a Boolean. And it's gonna say is onboarded is onboarded.default equals false. Okay, so that's that, and then primary goal is text. Primary goal. I think. Where else do we have goal? I think we're gonna go with vision, right? SelfVision Quest, right? So instead of goals, we're gonna set visions. Primary vision. Another thing that is not use the terms goal. I want to use vision, the app in Quest, then vision is what we are doing. SelfVision. It's not a goal. That's step. Vision. That's the thing. Okay. Yeah. All right, so once that's done, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this and then I'm gonna take that and then I'm gonna open up. I want you to consolidate this document. Thing, yeah. Yeah, so yeah. Yup. Become the version of yourself you envision. Vision statement. I like that. Primary vision. Okay, so we could update this. And then we're gonna have, let me update this. So that's primary vision is onboarded. Vision statement is text vision statement. All right, and then we have suggested visions count is a integer. That's called suggested visions count. Default to 0. Okay. Okay, so we have the whole onboarding. So we're gonna create another one called onboarding.schema.ts. And then we're gonna say export const suggested visions equal pg table suggested visions. It's got to be a way to import this. Let me see. So X quick fix. There's no quick fix. Code. Add missing imports. Boom. So I say CM. Nice. So code, rename, organize imports. Does not support command. This command may require a client extension. So using NeoVim and Biome with LazyVim distro. I'm getting this error when untried imports. Okay, so we know what to do now. So if we don't have that, CM, boom, nice. And that's the speed increases, right? Those little tiny things. This is why, like, I get the whole thing with vibe coding, but I think vibe planning is better, honestly. Like, plan it out, right? Like, it's like rubber ducking with a developer, but you're able to go back and forth and then get at the end a beautiful document. You just got to manage it correctly, which I'm still learning how to do that. So again, I could just say, no. Yeah, I'm not perfect yet, but okay. So boom. So I just imported that because I missed that. And then we could say references user.id. And then again, boom, imported that. On delete. I always do this. This needs to be at the bottom. Okay, so on delete cascade. All right. And then what is your vision? And then we're gonna say text, which we already have imported, which is vision dot not null. Why important text is why important category text category. Then we could say physical, musical, mindfulness, knowledge, creative, etc. Upvotes, integer, and then that's gonna be upvotes, default 0, created at, gonna be a timestamp, and that's gonna be created at default now. Okay, so this is our onboarding. BTS allows. Okay, so I want. All right, give me instructions on how to create or extend lazy Vim to add this functionality, please. I'm also using Mason and putting dot files to setting. Do some setup. Is this the best way? Lazy. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to nvim. Okay, so I should be, yep, I should be exactly where I need to be. And then I'm gonna say, help me update my TypeScript language server config. All right, so that's working on that. User profile, we did that. We got that going. So before we even implement this, we're gonna use agent 0 to create the PRDs for this. But right now, I'm just creating. I mean, I don't even work with Dino. Okay, let's see what it did here. Okay, so. Only enable organisms to a server. What are the main cons of PTR? Okay, so added better support for TypeScript on server and PTSLS. Okay, so let's go back here. We're gonna exit that. We're gonna get into Vim, and then we're gonna go to onboarding schema. Says no information available. LSP info. Okay. So, all right, so I want TypeScript project and I'm not seeing TypeScript language. Must be info command. This was the output. All right, so this is what I want. Revert your changes that you just made with the section and stuff, code section, and I want you to see CL. To extend default config so that leader CO the native BTSLS report doesn't support whatever. Okay, so if I go to SelfVision Quest, get out of that, Vim, and it says failed to load. It looks like it. Okay, so we're gonna do another like 50 minutes. Session number 2. Okay. SelfVision Quest. Okay, no errors. Onboarding. CO. And then it says. Is there any way to write this? Config. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna go to SelfVision Quest. Yes. See. All right, I'll figure that out later. That's not really something that major. We'll work on that. Export const suggested exercises equal PG table the exercises ID is serial ID, the primary key, user ID is text, user ID, references, user.id, delete, cascade, name is text, the column is called field, not null, and then it's category, text, category, not null, and then we can say stuff like strength, mobility, cardio, skill, description, text, description, upvotes, integer, upvotes, default to 0, created at time stamp, created at default now. Okay, so we just did that. Let's go back to DeepSeek and let's get this one. So this is our onboarding. Okay, so we got everything here. All right, authentication. Okay, we got that. Yeah, we did that already. We actually gotta add post hog. Let's actually do that. Let me do post hog dashboard. Let's GitHub, new project. Okay, new project is SelfVision Quest. Okay. Yup. Let's just say React. Okay, so in TanStack Start, how would I integrate post analytics? Route level tracking line. Okay, so we're gonna add it. I'm gonna say bun add post hog, bun remove add. Okay, so then we want some env variables. Okay. So cool that we built this yesterday. That's so cool. And it just works. It literally just works. We'll open source that. I could just boop. That's so cool. So we want to create our providers. So, and then we also want to add we want to add into our clients this is going to be a z dot, I think this is just a string, z dot string. Yeah, and then post hog host. That's it there. And that's it. So we just need a host and a string, client prefix. So we're gonna create a provider. Where would we do this? So the provider is gonna wrap around root, right? This is where, I mean, we got TanStack DevTools there, and then that's main. LT, let me see. LT. PB, no, LT source. PB copy. Current source. Where would be? Env local. Do we really need? I want to call this example, or rename this to example.env. And then all right. So now we have example.env. Okay, put your providers. Implementation files for providers in lib, source lib, and root. So let's do, we could do source lib, right? And we're gonna call that providers, because we'll probably have more. And then, so root layout. Use posthog page view. This looks like the provider here. Okay, so this is the actual provider. So we're gonna say providers dot delete this buffer, delete that buffer. Okay, so here we're gonna say providers slash posthog.tsx. And then in here, we're gonna import props with children, import posthog, Did I actually install it? Bun add posthog. Bun add posthog.js. Now that looks like I installed it. Posthog import posthog from posthog. Let me see. Okay. Posthog. Import posthog from posthog.js. There we go. Now that's what we're talking about. Okay, so import posthog provider. Can't you do posthog provider? Posthog provider right here. Import posthog provider from posthog react. Okay, all right, cool. So that works. Let's go here. Const options equals API host import env from client, right? And we're gonna say env dot posthog auto capture equals true as const if type of window does not equal the undefined and posthog is loaded posthog.init env the posthog key options, and then we're gonna export function posthog app provider children props with children. So that's just the type, return posthog posthog provider client. It's gonna be posthog, and then we're gonna pass the children. Okay. All right. I'm gonna pass that. Okay, and then it's probably gonna be in the root. So then we're gonna make another sending manual events. So I'm pretty sure it's here. I'm almost positive it's here. This is what my without TSX supposed to go here, right? So this is root document. It's not quite. Post on analytics. Where do I providers? Provider. Oh, shots. Okay. Okay, so just around the children. So right here. So just around the children, so that would be here, post hog app provider. Scripts. I wonder if it's there. No, scripts goes outside. Okay. So this is my provider. Let's see what else we got here. And then so we want in hooks, we want use post hog page view.ts. Import use effect from React. Import post hog. Location. Use router state. Select. Location. Okay. Use effect. If no post hog, return. Else post hog dot capture page view. Path location dot path name search location dot search string hash location dot hash. And this depends on location dot path name, location dot search string, and location dot hash. Okay. All right, so there's that. What I still need, even if I set up. Okay, so top level. So here, import, use post-hoc page view. And here we're gonna say use post-hoc page view. Use post hog use post hog page view. Okay, so that's a little cleaner. Use post hog page view. So instead of location, we're destructuring path name, search, hash, and then here we're saying path name equals s dot location dot path name. And then we're gonna say search hash okay and then okay, so use effect if post-hoc dot has opted out of captioning or type of window equals the window find. Okay, this comparison appears to be unintended because the type of window then happening. Happening. Search. Str. And hash. Okay, and then it says the comparison appears to be unessential because the types and have no overlap. undefined. Okay, so that's that. Okay. All right, let's save this to. We did a bunch of stuff though. So, okay. Updated schemas for onboarding. Okay, I would say added post log. Okay, so what else? So that was all for. I mean, first we even gotta test if it's working now. Localhost. Bond of. Hopefully nothing's broken. Okay, that still works. Post log. Send a manual event. Hopefully, post log was initialized without token. This likely indicates a misconfiguration. Please check the first argument passed to post log init. Post log init is this one. It is a string. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. I don't actually have my keys. I don't have the actual keys. These are the actual keys. Okay. All right. So now this should work. So we're gonna restart that and then wait for the server to compile. No errors now. Okay, so we should get an event here. There we go. Installation complete. Let's go. Yep. Session replays. Choose connect your data for better insights. Link sources like Stripe and HubSpot so you could query them alongside product. Yeah, eventually we'll do this. Eventually we could link Postgres. And then we could also link what else? I saw Stripe. If we ever run ads, Google ads. Yeah, eventually. Skip for now. So Postlog AI uses. Well, now we use for training models. That's pretty cool. See that? Just a little interaction there. It's random. That's pretty cool. Okay, so project is called SelfVision Quest. Business model is this is B2C. And right now we are, I don't even know what UTC we are. I think we're this one. Week starts on Sunday. Sure. Okay, so this is my dashboard. Okay, nice. Okay, so we got all that. So this is the event tracking here. I think that's where we are at now. User properties are set. Okay. All right, so right now we're tracking events. We don't even have that many to track. Okay. That's just a solution. Okay, so I want so we're here. Can you expand on this section, please, so that I can fully implement it? I have configured everything. Post on. Okay, 222. Time right now. What time is it? 222. 222. We're in the flow. We're in the flow. Okay, so lib analytics. So we could do consent manager tracking, TypeScript event definitions, server-side analytics. Yeah, I would like to do some server-side analytics. So we're starting from the get-go with analytics. What happened there? Something was throwing an error. I'm not sure what was. Something was throwing an error. Okay. All right. I don't see any errors right now. So we're gonna build out this folder structure here. Lib. So we have providers there, and then we're gonna say analytics event types.ts tracking.ts consent manager.ts posthog client.ts server analytics.ts. Okay, so let's see. Let's see what it gives us here. So this is the posthog client. I mean, I kind of already initted. I feel like I've already. I feel like I've So what's the difference? What is the difference between this file? I don't need to include the whole thing. And the ones that I have created already. So I've created posthog, the hook that I created here. What's the difference? I think this is just tracking the page views. and the provider as well. Let's see. Oh no. I don't know. Is it going already? Or is it still going? Oh, dang. Dang, it's still going. Okay. Event tracking. Oh, yeah. It's literally giving me everything for PostgreSQL. A testing suite, everything, jeez. I mean, testing is important, or I mean, all of it's really important. Tracking data. This is how you grow the app. Like, I'm just gonna stick to one platform. I feel like PostgreSQL provides everything that you need for a startup. So I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna say SelfVision Quest, PostgreSQL Analytics Implementation. Okay, so we're gonna save that. Let's see what it gives us here. I think I'm gonna save this and face event interface. Onboarding vision, select that. I mean, this is all the onboarding stuff, so it's not like it's not the onboarding stuff. Okay. I just don't want to get too deep in the weeds in PostgreSQL. I mean, we have it. I just don't want to get too deep in the weeds, because that's easy to get deep in the weeds. Okay, so I want to build some UIs. I mean, we got PostgreSQL installed. I want to start mocking out these UIs. Maybe set this. So I'm gonna be like, hey, give me the MVP so I could build. So I can start building the UI, the APIs, all that stuff. All right. Thank you for all of the PostgreSQL information. I just want the MVP version of it. Save the very detailed spec, but I want to build out the UI prototype and also start building out the API, start testing out the core functionality, and then I will from the specs that you have. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. So this is for PostHog. So this is just onboarding. This is crazy. And then I might have to self-host PostHog, man. I don't know how many events we're gonna be firing off. It's gonna be a lot of stuff. What's PostHog? Okay, free. So you get 1 million events, 5,000 session recordings. I mean, you could self-host this. This is why I like PostHog. It has everything. It's just all in one. Web analytics, LLM analytics, session replays, product analytics. Has everything. Like, there's nothing you don't need here. And okay, so this is just me. This is my portfolio. Let's see if there's any dashboard. Let's see. Let me just put privacy mode on that. Man, before I used to get way better events. Okay, there we go. At least I could see where this person's at. City. Okay. Back to activity. All time. All I have is the hero. It's literally like a hero. Okay. All right. I mean, some people are looking at my portfolio from. And it's not just me. That's probably me. That's me. That's me. It's also me. Okay. I mean, some people have looked at my portfolio, which is good. Okay. Someone checked me out from the Netherlands. Wow. That's cool. Okay. Do I have any session replays? Oh, I do got some session replays. Okay. So forgot how to look at the activity here. There's a way to see. There's a way to see, like, I just want to make sure that it's not me looking at my site. You said that's essentially it. Like, this is a filter. All right, so I think this is SelfVision Quest. Yeah, this is SelfVision Quest. So this is all just me. All right, cool. So we're gonna get out of there. Let me see. Oh shit, this thing is in a loop. Okay, so clickable portals have to have real users. Man, I pretty much have all that. Okay, so SelfVision Quest, prototype, MVP week 1. Okay, so we're not gonna Figma mock up anything. So we're gonna take a break. We're gonna eat, and then we're gonna cook. We're gonna cook this up, yeah. So it's gonna be simple. Okay, so I'm gonna say based on my PRD here, how should the landing page look like? So based on my PRD, I'm gonna use slogan and tagline look like a shot sentence quickly. Turn your vision into action every day. SelfVision Quest guides you to become the version of yourself you envision, one session, one streak, one step at a time. I love it. I like it. Okay, so we're gonna say SelfVision Quest Router. So this is gonna be the elevator pitch. Okay. That's it. So version of yourself you envision. So turn your vision into action every day. SelfVision Quest guides you to become the version of yourself you envision, one session, one streak, one step at a time. Love it. I like it. Okay, so this is redesigning the homepage. Start your I want tagline that is problem solving focused. Data size up. Like this. Direct. Okay, so we're gonna say SelfVision Quest page spec. Okay, so we're gonna let that cook, and I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back after I eat. We still got time. It's 2:45 right now. So, all right, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. All right, we are back for round 3. So, let's see. So we had some AIs doing something. Okay, so stop starting over, build real consistency in 3 minutes a day. Forget 30-day challenges. We help you build a lasting habit that sticks, starting with 1 3-minute session today, no motivation required. Why it works: stop starting over, addresses the core frustration, build real consistency, promises the solution, 3 minutes a day feels impossible to say no to. Forget 30-day challenges, sets you apart from the competition, no motivation requires, removes the biggest objection. Okay, The 3-minute habit that actually sticks. Join. Yeah, but I don't have that yet. Transformative promise. From I'll start tomorrow to daily habits in 72 hours. Most people quit after 8 days. Our users build. Yeah, I mean, building habits is hard. Starting is easy. 3 minutes easy. We removed everything that makes you quit. Long workouts, complicated plans, motivation dependency. Just show up for 3 minutes. Why it actually works. Acknowledges the difficulty, creates empathy. 3 minutes easy. Ultra low commitment. Time-based guarantee. Build your first. Stop starting over. Build real consistency in 3 minutes a day. Most people quit after 8 days. Our users build habits 7 times longer starting today. Try it free 3 minutes. No credit card, no commitment. Cancel anytime. Phone. The 3-step process, how it works. It's not too long. No prep, no close, daily anchor, same time, same place every day. Unbreakable habit. The problem section, addressing objections. Why every other method fails you. 30-minute challenges. Okay, social proof. Okay, I like this. Okay, so this would be landing page. Okay. I mean, I think I like option 4. Okay. So all right, so I want you to help me press this. This page copy and design thing. I like option 4, the no BS. Oops. Kind of liking DeepSeek, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't ran into any limits, unlike everything else. Discounted prices. DeepSeek R1. That's pretty cool. I like DeepSeek. DeepSeek is pretty cool. Okay, so it's thinking. I mean, I like that you could actually see the thinking, right? Like, I think that's really cool. Building habits is hard. Starting is easy. 3 minutes easy. We removed everything that makes you quit. Long workouts, complicated plans, motivation dependency. Just show up for 3 minutes. Start now, 3 minutes free. No sign up. Prove it first. See why other methods failed you. Okay, the problem, why you failed before. Okay. So do we want to get rid of everything else? Future visions. Also liked in the original, I liked the future vision section, kind of like a roadmap. So the idea for the future vision is that we're going to add more verticals, especially as people recommend them. And also I want to signal that we're going to have a mobile app, but what we're doing is that we're using the web app to beta test and to gather feedback from real users to make the app better, because on web there's more velocity and it's easier to build faster. All the tools, everything is geared towards very fast web development. But I want the future vision to be highlighted as well. Like, yes, we're starting with fitness because it's helping us build the framework and the engine behind being able to master anything, really. And I think that that's super cool once it's open-ended like that. And you know, and the idea in the future is that people are going to be able to share routines, and then there's going to be a social platform, and there's going to be a community, you know, aspect to this whole entire thing. It's not just going to be a solo journey. So I want to highlight that as well. Like it's going to be social accountability as well. It's not just going to be you in a silo, but you know, we're building step by step progressively. Okay, so I think we're getting something here. I think we're getting something I like. Definitely getting something I like here. All right, let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna keep some of this, and let me see. Okay, some of this too. Okay, so while that's doing that, what I'm gonna do is make sure I have agent 0 installed. Is it agent 0? I always forget the name of this thing. If I go into, let's create a new one. And then we should actually, no, that's way too much. Agent OS. I always think of Agent 0, but it does look like I already have it. So Agent OS. Okay, for spec-driven development, right? What are we logging in for? I don't know. Start here. Builder method pro. I'm guessing that's what you're logging for. So docs and setup here. So the reason why we're gonna use this is because it's spec-driven development. That's what we want. Okay, I'm pretty sure we installed it already. Yeah, we already saw this. You can manually updating. Okay, so we're just gonna run the installer again. Let's see, update, full update, because I never used it, so we're just gonna do a full update. I'm just gonna do a full update, and then okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do a full update. Installation, configuration options. So custom profiles. So okay. So creating custom profiles. Okay. So new profile is gonna be called TanStack Start. Should your profile inherit from the default? Yes. Okay, so colors are a little off there, just the colors that they're using. Okay, so next step, customize standards, workflows, and configurations in your profile. Start agent in the projects using this profile, using profile TanStack. So we're gonna take that, and then we're gonna go Z project self web, but we want that at the root. So then, okay, yeah, the colors are off. Whatever they used is off there, but that's fine. Profile TanStack, cloud code commands. So, all right, so this is and then we're gonna run GLM. Switching profiles. Okay, so this is the workflow, the best way to develop complex features. Let me do this. Session number 3. So we're on the 3rd session. The best way to develop complex features and products using AI coding agents is to adopt a spec-driven development process. To help you power your, okay, we'll run. Okay, plan product. So run once. The plan product command kicks off the essential first phase. It is typically run only once at the beginning of a new project or on the day you install HMS into an existing project. The product planning phase is where you define the strategic product mission, its projected feature development roadmap, and its technology stack. This information is documented and used by your agents when planning specs and implementing features. Okay, so okay, so I'm gonna have AI also help me with this. So this is how we build guardrails with everything. Is this the latest one? I think this is. Okay, so let me. All right, so we're gonna call this final landing page PRD. Landing page. What were we doing there? Landing page brainstorm, and then we're gonna do landing page final PRD. So we're gonna start with this one. That's gonna be the PRD. Oh, I just copied it. That's why I need markdown. Give me the markdown. There we go. Cool. So, all right. So, onboarding flow MVP doc. MVP doc. So that's the same thing. Okay, so we're gonna take this. We're gonna take this. Take this. What else? This. This. Okay. And then we are going to take this. Help me create a PRD for my product so that I can answer these questions. Okay, so this is gonna be we got a ton of these. So we're just gonna create PRD MVP. MVP final PRD. Okay, so that's that. Okay, tagline, turn your vision into action every day. SelfVision Quest guides you to become the version of yourself you envision. One session, one streak, one step at a time. Okay. Okay. SelfVision Quest exists. We believe mastery is built through small actions performed consistently over time. Unlike other habit apps that focus on optimization or social competition, we focus on the simple act of showing up daily. Primary user, individuals frustrated with failed habit attempts, people who value consistency over perfection. Self-improvement enthusiasts who prefer systems over motivation. Users who want to build identity. I'm someone who shows up daily rather than just complete tasks. User psychographics. Wants structure without overwhelm. Values progress over perfection. Prefers simple focused tools. Appreciates transparency and community involvement. Has tried 3+ habit apps previously without lasting success. Okay. All right, this is pretty on point, I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty on point. Better Off has no limit, bro. No limits. Okay, so this is the final PRD here. Okay, so now that we have that, I think we could /plan product. I think we could do that. I think that's what we're doing. /plan product. Okay, product planner. So then what I'll do is I'll feed it this. All right, I'll say that. This is the product PRD. Missed. So from what I'm seeing, Agent OS is like a framework for Cloud Code, essentially. It's pretty cool. So this is the workflow. We plan our product, feature development cycle. The next 5 phases happen on a repeated basis on each new feature or initiative. You build in your product. You can use all of them or pick and choose based on your needs. So we shape the spec. Command helps you take a rough idea and shape it into a well-scoped requirements. Use this when you need clarification before officially writing up a feature. Already have clear requirements. Skip this phase and add them directly. No. So write the spec. Command transforms your requirements into a detailed specification document. The create task command breaks down your spec into an actionable task list, and then implement task, and then orchestrate task. So the implement task command provides simple, straightforward implementation with your main agent, perfect for smaller features or when you want direct control. The orchestrate task command provides advanced orchestration for complex features, delegate task groups to specialized cloud sub-agents, or generate targeted prompts with fine-grained control over context and standards, or choose implement tasks or orchestrations for a given spec. You won't use both for the same feature. Okay. So the shape, okay, the product plan has been successfully updated with your comprehensive PRD. The documentation now integrates your detailed PRD with the existing code-based structure, maintain technical accuracy while incorporating your vision for, okay. The tech stack documentation accuracy reflects your current implementation with another feature considerations. So what I want to do now is we're gonna write the spec. So the shape spec command is the first step in the repeatable feature development cycle. Use this phase when you need to take your rough idea for a feature and shape it into a well-scoped plan before officially rolling it out. Okay. So we could just say / shape spec, and then the first thing we're gonna work on is the landing page, which, where did that go? So we had the landing page brainstorm. Let's go. So this is the landing page PRD here. This is a this is a PRD landing page that I developed to help you. I wonder if you could give it like documentation, 3-layer context. What you're building and why, standards, how we build software here, specs, standards, how you build. Yeah, this. Okay, so you can define different standards for different types of projects you work on by using profiles. This allows you to maintain separate standards for different types of projects you typically work on, Rails app, nodes. Yeah, so this is where I do it, profiles. So this is where I would add context for TanStack, because that's what I want. I want to make sure that everything is TanStack ready. And I also want to get some MCP servers. Let me see. AI agents. Bigger. Hook up. MCP servers. Serena. Also want I think I already did that. You gotta fix that. So I want Serena. I want let me see. Okay, so definitely context 7, and then I think it's Chrome DevTools or Playwright. Select URL. All right, so we'll see, because this gives us better context, and then of the files, Context 7 for documentation. This gives us access for browser logs. Browser logs. Prompt. Okay, so the spec shaper has gathered initial requirements and is now asking clarified questions. Here are the questions they need answered. Okay, so onboarding flow clarifying questions. Should the onboarding flow start immediately after sign up, or can users access the app and start onboarding later? Does this structure work for you? Okay, so I guess we're doing the onboarding flow first, which is okay. We get to the landing page later. All right, so the way that the onboarding flow should work is that the user can't access the app until they go through the onboarding flow, because the onboarding flow provides the first win for the user, and we need them to experience that before they even touch the app, so that they could have that dopamine hit of like, wow, like, you know, this works. And also like it clicks, like, oh, this is what's happening in the app. You know, I've studied a lot of mobile apps and that's what they do, right? Like you get to the first win, and that's the idea. Okay, so let me see. The 2 is good. 2, yes, that is the correct flow. Does this structure work for you? 3-minute philosophy. Does it mean the entire sound? Or should I onboard me quick with the first? 3. It's more saying the process is quick. Like it doesn't take long. Only 3 minutes. Should we provide predefined vision templates? So right now the idea is we want one template, which we're focusing on fitness, body weight training, calisthenics to begin with. And then the user could submit their request. If you look at the schema, you'll see how the schema is set up for that. And I'm also going to provide a PRD. So should this be one-time assessment or recurring? Should we progress saving if users don't complete onboarding one session? Should they pick up where they left off? After completing the onboarding, should use land on the dashboard. So 7, yes, after completing, the user should land on the dashboard. Everything on the back end should be wired up for them to be able to actually use the dashboard and see it. Can you recommend additional profile data we should collect for number 8? This is the PRD. So onboarding flow. So that's the PRD there. All right, so that should give it all the context that it needs. Let's see. The comprehensive for this gives us excellent cloud. I feel like with GLM and Agent OS, I read somewhere on Twitter, someone used it and they were getting great results. I think this is the last piece, because once I figured out that spec-driven development is the key, why not use a framework, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing, right? Like I'm generating a spec. I'm not going straight into the code like a lot of people. I'm watching a lot of people just vibe code, just go straight to the code. I'm taking my time. We're shaping this thing, right? We're not in a rush here. But with these tools, we can build way faster and hit a flow state. And I think that's the most amazing thing. So based on your answers and the comprehensive PRD, I have one remaining clarifying question. Progress saving. If users don't complete onboarding in one session, should they be able to pick up where they left off, or should they restart the flow? Definitely. So for progress saving, I want to save it and then the user picks up where they left off. So I should have everything in the database, check the schemas, and yeah, because I want this to be very intuitive, very easy. You know, you're not overthinking it too much. Okay, so essential fitness experience, available time per day, equipment access, primary motivation, can't go later. I prefer one more time. Okay. I like these, and I want you to do this incrementally. I don't want to bombard the user with many questions, like how they questions. The idea is to shape the onboarding like a mobile app or from screen to screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking this tool. This is good. So far, this is good. Visual assets. I haven't given it any visual assets, but what I'm gonna say is use ShadCN for prototyping. So, all right, and then I haven't given you any visual assets, but I want you to use ShadCN UI to build out the prototype. I'm gonna eventually build out Figma wireframes for everything, but for now, I want you to just use ShadCN UI. If you need anything, I could download it, or you could download npm install anything that you need. And I want this to be responsive mobile first. Like I really want that emphasis, responsive and mobile first. Think in terms of like we're building a mobile app, but on the web right now. Like that's kind of like the idea. It works on desktop too. Make sure that it also works on desktop. But the idea is mobile. Like think mobile first. Let me see. It says run to generate detail. No, so you see it was jumping the gun. All right. Slash write spec. I was already jumping the gun. I mean, we could probably use that, but I don't want it to jump the gun too fast. Okay. Yeah, because this is it trying to just do everything, and we don't want that. want to follow the framework. So basically first thing we did was shape spec. So we shaped the spec. Now we're going to write the spec. So shape the spec gave it all of the context that it needs. Now it's going to write the to-do list and all this stuff, all the actual like things that it needs, right? So write spec command is the second step in the creates one core document. Okay. With user stories, requirements, reusable components, technical approach, visual references, and scope boundaries. Yeah, so that's what we want. Shape spec, and then create task. Okay, so then we create the task. So this creates the task breakdown with task groups by speciality, database API, UI testing. Okay, TDD, nice. And then we implement task. Simple, straightforward implementation of your task with your management, perfect for small features, or when you want direct control. I like implement task. And then there is orchestrate task, advanced orchestration for complex features, perfect for large features where you want fine-grained control over task group assignments, specialized agents, and standardized. So this is what once we run it. So basically, we plan the product, shape the spec, write the spec, create tasks. And that is like all the to-dos and everything that needs to do. And then we implement. So we're going to try both of those. So now it's going to the spec writer agent. It's writing everything. So if we go into our actual project here, we should see Agent OS here. And I saw something. Oh, it's in Claude. That's where it's at. Let me see. Okay, so it needs the Playwright MCP, right? So you can see that Playwright MCP. So Claude code, Playwright MCP server installation. Okay, so this is all we need. Claude MCP Playwright. Okay, let me see. Tools, web fetch. Create tasks. Okay, plan. So this is product. Okay, roadmap. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Okay, step 1, step 2, off choice. Okay. So everything we did so far has given it enough context that it could build this thing. And that was the idea. Go slow and then we could go fast. API, get, analytics service. Okay, use. So this is the component architecture. Okay. Database schema. See, and then we could see that. Okay. Yeah. So I gave it enough. I feel like I gave it enough. Migrations. I feel like even this stuff, I'm gonna have to like see global, like yeah, a lot of this stuff we're gonna still have to fix this stuff. So this is in product. So if we go to product, where is it at? Oh, it's at the top. Okay. So why did it build that? So this is product, and then there's also agents. Okay, so this is just the thing that gets installed there. Create task. Okay. Implementation. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna have to read through all this stuff just to fully understand how this thing works. So we got our standards, backend, migrations, models, queries, front end, accessibility, components, CSS. So like this, we need Tailwind v4, responsiveness. So global coding style, consistent naming conventions, maintain, use consistent and configure, delete unused code, comment on blocks and inputs from commenting, conventions, error handling, tech stack. Okay, so let me okay. So it's gonna use playwright, so we're gonna use this. Okay, so if I say, what is it, plugins, context 7, GitHub. Oh man, wow. Discover plugins? What the heck? Serena. Okay, feature dev. So install for user scope. Back. It's how the ones restart. So slash plugins installed. We have Context 7, Playwright, Serena. Oh, they got a marketplace now. That's insane. Oh, we gotta try out this Figma one. Once we build it. GitHub. Hookify. Laravel Boost. Linear Notion. PR Review. Ralph Wiggum. Commit this one. All right, so we got the plugins. Now I think it was create task. I think that was the next thing. Slash. Oh, slash create tasks at spec and spec and spec. Where is the spec at? Specs, onboarding flow, spec. Current working directory. It's here. Where is GLM at? GLM slash create tasks. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, so coding style, test writing, tech stack. Okay, this is what I was gonna update. Help me. Document. Nope. Nope. So we're gonna say PostgreSQL. I'm gonna say Drizzle ORM. Caching. We'll use Redis. Testing framework. We're gonna use test, and I think it's Cypress. Linting, we are using for linting we're using biome. For hosting, we are using Hetzner Cloud. CI/CD, we're gonna use GitHub Actions. Okay, so authentication, we're using Better Auth. Email, monitoring, we'll use Sentry and Posthog. JavaScript framework, we're using React, TypeScript, TanStack Start. We're gonna use Tailwind, CSS v4, Shad CNUI, application framework. I guess this is where we put TanStack Start. And then we'll just say React TypeScript, runtime. We're using Bun. And then we're also using Bun. We're using Bun. Okay. Email. I want to try Amazon SES. I think that's how you do it. SES. Amazon SES email. I think it's this. Simple email service, yeah. Yeah. This is what we're gonna do. Because it's the cheapest. Alright, so that's our actual tech stack. And then coding style. So we're gonna keep working on this. Let's see what we got. Okay, so your task list is ready. So let's go to task list. So I'm guessing, where's this task list at? Task agent OS specs. So it's in specs over here. Specs here. Task. Okay, so write 6 focus tests for onboarding models. Test onboarding, progress, model validation, and relationships. Test user profiles, model validation and default values. Test user visions, associations. Test foreign key relationship. Test database constraint. User profiles model. Okay. Are you aware that we are using Drizzle ORM and that we have created most of the schemas already? Oh, no. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We are gonna delete this. Goodbye. See, it's getting confused. You can't have any code You can't have any code, man. Check again in the web. Yes, please update the task to reflect this, please. Okay, while that's working. Probably one shot this. React Native or all right. So it looks like we went to dark mode. Let's go. Okay, let's see. All right, in. Okay. Slash. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, before that even starts, let me just save everything. Okay, added agent OS2 repo. Okay. All right. Okay, so slash let's ask. Yes, implement the task. Let's see what happens here. I'm curious. So it looks like right now it's writing test for the schema. Let's see, so source. Source test. Okay, so it is using SelfVision Quest. Did it create its own database? I feel like it did. Before each. Okay, so we have a test suite here. API test points. So it's taking a test-driven development. This is very interesting. I should have just implemented just the first step. I don't know why. Product, tech stack. So from the tech stack, okay, so it does have Drizzle, Better Off Server, Nitro. Yeah, so we're gonna delete that. So that might have actually confused it a little bit. Oh, so we already do have Sonar and Val. That's what ShadCN is using. Okay. All right. I need a markdown like formatter, or because I have the linter. Is there any? Is there in NeoVim, LazyVim? Is there any markdown formatters like Prettier the can fix whatever is being linted? See linting as to fix it. So what is okay? So I guess I have marksman. So this is everything here. Yeah, so okay. So which is the most efficient okay, so let's see what's happening here. So it just looks like a bunch of tests are being created. This is what it looks like. Web onboarding types, onboarding task groups, use onboarding progress.ts. Let's see if we can one shot this. This would definitely be interesting. So I created all these tests. How package.json test. Yeah. Test. Testing. Test. So if I say cd into apps.web bun run test. Let's see. Okay, so a few tests failed because database. So I don't think it did anything with this. Import. Can I find module dot services onboarding service imported from? So it wrote the test, but it didn't test it. I guess. I don't know. But it's just working. Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen? Why is it reinstalling Zustan? I don't know. Zustan is already there. This is done. This is done. I don't know what done means. Great. The implementer has completed the first 3 task groups: database extension, API server, and continue with the remaining task groups. Let me delegate the implementation of the remaining task groups to the implementer. All right. That's what it says. I have no idea what's going on here. Spec task. So this is what it says. It says that it created write 6 focus tests for API endpoints. So we have schema test onboarding, feature logic tests. Okay, and everything is failing right now. API endpoint test. Can I find module onboarding service? Okay. Great, the implementer has completed the first. But it didn't run the test to fix it, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. We could always delete. And we could always just create another. We could also just delete this whole thing, start all over again, and just keep trying until it works. And this is my first time trying this, so I'm just curious to see. I'm very curious to see what's going on here. Because if it could one-shot this, the amount of work that I got saved, it's insane. And all I have to do is review it, tighten it up, you know. So, and then just make it look pretty. That's literally it. But let's see. So it's creating all these steps in component onboarding. So if we go apps, web, I don't know what this is for. Product, no idea. So we got specs, user onboarding, planning, requirements. Okay, components, features, onboarding. So we have onboarding service. So now it's been created. User profile. That's the wrong place. That's PG, you know. This was user profile, onboarding analytics. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I doubt this is gonna work. You see, the thing is that we need to do step by step, man. There's no way this thing is gonna one-shot this whole thing. It's impossible. I am very skeptical. I'm very skeptical. I mean, it looked like some tests passed. At least this is what it looked like at first. No, it was running them. We're just gonna give it all this stuff and then be like, hey, yeah, I doubt any of this is gonna work. I doubt it. We'll just delete all of it. We'll literally delete all of it. But if we could dial this in, I have faith in this. I really do. If we could dial this in, we will essentially like rocket ship. That is the idea. If we could dial it in, if we could really dial in the workflow, like that's what I'm trying to get to. Dialed in workflow here. Let's see. Let's see. I wanted to finish. You know, I don't think you could one shot all the tasks. I really believe that each phase needs to be implemented. Like whatever task 1 was, like we had specs and then tasks, because these are the groups, right? 2.0, that's 1, and then we have 1.0, right? Like this needs to be, and like this needs to be done, and then you test it. So basically you become like a quality assurance engineer, like just testing things, making sure that it works. So that's kind of the idea here. Because I just don't think that you could just one shot this whole entire thing, which is trying to do it right now. I don't even know where it's at. I guess it's building the onboarding UI and then the routes and navigation, but it's messing up a lot of stuff. Luckily we're using GLM, so it's not like Claude code. We're not just burning through tokens. Let me see what my let me see if I have any limits. I don't even know if I have any limits. So what's my subscription right now? It says I don't have GLM coding plan. Monthly. So it's $15. I don't. What the heck? I might be on this one still. GLM API. I literally still might be on this one. That actually might be the thing. And then I just have to update my API key. Yeah, this is what it looks like. So what I'm gonna do, so it looks like I'm subscribed to this $6 plan here. We're gonna unsubscribe, and then it looks like I'm on this one. Okay, so it looks actually like I'm still on the pro plan until the 25th, until Christmas. So that's actually good. Okay. All right. I'll keep it like that. And then And then we charge them. Okay, and then yeah, so this is what will make GLM really worth it. Is once this comes through. Once I figure out how to make all this work correctly, and especially because we're using such a new framework like TanStack, I think that, you know, changes things. So excellent, all task groups have been completed successfully. Now I'll proceed to phase 3 to produce the final verification report. Implementation verifier. Yeah. I still doubt that this is gonna work, but if it does, I'm all for it. I'm all for it working. So all the tests are failing. All the tests are failing. I want to give it this and then see if we could fix it. Let's see. Okay. All right. So it looks like all of the tests are failing. Oh, I mean, it looks like it ran bun test. So I wonder if I could do that bun test and actually test everything. Bun test. Let's see. First. I feel like if we're in a mono repo, I think we need to have Agent OS in each repo. So in the web repo, Agent OS. React Native Agent OS, Electron Agent OS, and then you do different profiles for each of the different, you know, tech stacks essentially. So let's see. Okay, so if I run cd into Epsilon and then bun test. Oh, okay, so I'm getting the same thing. Yeah. So we're getting the exact same thing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start over and then try again. Try again. You know, I kind of do like the approach of just building it out step by step. Status passed. It says that it passed. How did it? When I run bun test, everything fails. Like everything fails. How is this passing? How is it functional? Let me see if it even opens. I don't even feel like it's gonna open. So if we run BD, yeah, it's definitely not even gonna open. Testing library user rank. I can see multiple test infrastructure issues. Let me fix the critical ones. Oh man. So this is another issue. I gotta do this. Also, when I run the dev server, this is the error that I'm getting. Yeah, like I think this is the issue is if you try to run too much, I think just AI can't handle it. But if you do step by step, baby steps, brick by brick, I feel like that's when it actually works. Okay. Let me see. So bun dev. Bun dev. Okay, so what are you using? So we're start plus files somewhere else, please. Okay. No, you can't have that. So, well, that's fine. Features is okay. I mean, if this actually works, it's gonna be impressive. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be very, very impressive. Why are says let me update the visa to ensure proper environment. Okay, so okay, no errors. I'm just curious if this works. No, that's definitely an error there. Okay. Okay. So does it compile? No, it does not compile. Yeah, like I said, you can't one-shot this, man. You gotta build it step by step. You can't just one-shot it. It just ain't gonna happen, especially if you're using a new framework like TanStack. See, it's looking for this is one of the reasons why demo folder would have been good. And I don't think it's validator. I think it's validate. If I go to, yeah, like whenever you start working with AI, it feels like you're just going on a whole different path. This is the server functions. I want to figure out a way to give it all the docs. Like, this is how you do it. Okay. Let's see. Five. Right now. What time? It's 5:55. Time dot is 5:55. We're locked in. Validating. Okay. Look, we don't even have a test database. Like, it created a whole new database. Didn't even create it. Yeah, this is not it. See, when I was going line by line and I was copying stuff, you feel like you're making progress, right? And now it's just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is this? For real, like, what is going on? Like, it's like you let go of the wheel, essentially. That's the only way I could describe it. It feels like you let go of the wheel. And you're not in control anymore. Well, that rendered. Start your journey. Sign in. Loading your dashboard. Try again. Error loading profile. I don't know, something worked. Looks like it's trying to call a function, but I don't even know what function it's trying to call. So, error loading profile. So we shouldn't even be able to go to the dashboard. Get started for free. It goes to the dashboard. All right. So now I'm able to see the app and click on start your journey. I log in and then it tries to take me to the dashboard, but it just gives me an error. And then I try to click try again and it just fails. And in the console, I just server function failed. Yeah. let me just do this. Drop DB, create DB, bun, DB generate, bun DB, push. Yes. Okay. So, and then we're just gonna say BD. Okay, so start your journey. Loading your dashboard. Try again. Okay. So, okay, server function error. It's pretty much the same error. Okay. All right, I tried again. I dropped the DB, signed in again, and now getting this error. So let me try this. Let's go. Start your journey. Sign in. Okay, now there's just no error though. Dashboard level. Okay, so I'm very curious to see if this works. It's messy. I'm gonna pause it here once. If it does work, I'm gonna pause it here and then just see what the heck just happened. Okay. Like, I really want to give it the context, man. I really want to, man. So, routing. This is the routing docs. You need okay. Okay. Like, one thing that would be cool for Agent OS would be if you could like feed it documentation. I think that would be super cool. Like if you could say, hey, learn these docs, and then like it creates its own documentation. I think that'd be dope. Okay, so all right. So it says that it's working. Oh, wow. I mean, that doesn't look good, but okay, so now we're on onboarding. Hold up. Let's log out. Source. Where are we at? Where are we at here? Okay. So I'm technically signed out. Start your journey. Yeah. We're gonna try with GitHub. Boom. Look at that. I'm signed in. And then start my vision quest. And then boom, it fails. Okay. All right. You can make your own Drizzle schema. Drizzle. Okay, so populace just like okay, so we're gonna have another Z project of okay, so we're gonna say theme is gonna be dark mode. Okay, so when I log in and go to the onboarding and click on start your vision quest, sync this error. I think it would be better use Drizzle for Shell scripts. And to keep. It's just not. So now it's just gonna, yeah, this is a mess. Yeah, this is the thing with AI. You can't use the most cutting edge things. Can't use the latest and greatest. This is the issue right here. So this is why you just need specs, you know? It's basically like you treat it like a senior developer where it gives you the specs, you know? You say, hey, how do I make this onboarding sequence? And then you just work with it piece by piece, piecing it all together. Dang, it is windy outside. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, this stuff was empty anyways. So it's really this commit here. We could go back to that commit and then just call it a day. Let's see. I mean, let's see if it works. Okay. All right. Okay. Start your journey. Nope. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna build it step by step. Step by step. We're just gonna revert everything, because that was just not the way to do it. And I also think it needs to be in the web folder, not in the big folder. So let's try this. So we're gonna revert to this commit here. We could copy commit hash, which is Control O, and then set. All right, I think we need to revert bashes kill. I think we need to revert all changes and hard reset to this commit, please. Okay, so G, Control O, so next thing I'm gonna do is start a new branch. So I'm gonna keep the branch that I have, and then we're gonna start a new branch. Cause I just do not like the feeling of like wasting time. That's kind of what it feels like with AI sometimes. Like when you do this type of stuff, it's like you're wasting time. Like I could have been making actual progress. But you know, like it's great for planning, but doing these big things, it just falls short. It's definitely not there yet. Or maybe this was just too big. Maybe this was just too big of a task. Maybe that's it. Maybe my specifications weren't good enough, right? Like we learned something, right? We learned that for testing is not using jest. So all right, so let's go to Agent OS added to the repo. It doesn't look like a hard reset. This is the hash. It should be reset to. Okay, so no Agent OS. We got the server back. We don't need the server. We're done with the server. So we're just gonna delete that. We're gonna keep it nice and clean for now. Eventually, we'll do mobile. We'll do mobile. We'll just keep that. We'll just say mobile for now. Just to have that intention that is there. All right, so I think I need Agent OS apps. Let's do cd let's see. So plan the product. Well, first we probably have to install it into the project. Project installation. Okay, so have a sounds good. Okay. All right, that's gonna be it for today. Hit it hard, 5 hours. Peace.